is Friday the 13th. And this is the first broadcast in over a week by Spleen Squeezings. See, I'm trying to figure out what happened here. It's aha. I don't know what just happened. I'm fiddling around with a new program here, and it's a little persnickety. It's a little hard to figure out, a little hard to get to work. I'm trying to get it to, oh, here we go. Let me see here. I'm having a little bit of trouble here. Tell me what you think. And it is not working. I do not know why. It is not working. I cannot get it to stop. Doggone it. This thing is supposed to be responding to my voice, and it's... I don't know, it's...
Testing 1, 2.
It's not doing anything. Okay, this isn't working, and I don't know why. Okay, yeah. I got a shiny new toy, and it doesn't work right. That's aggravating. Basically, it's supposed to give audio, visual, something or other. I'm trying to decide which one would look coolest with what I'm doing, and it's not working. It's called Plane 9. It's well, it's a voice responsive screensaver type device. It can be a screensaver, it can be a music or voice activated, what do you call them? Audio display. There's like a gazillion possible options here, and I'm trying to decide which one would be. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3.
Testing, 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 testing. As you can see, it responds to my voice a little bit. A little bit.
But I don't know if you can, if that's the thing. Transfer. I really don't understand this. It just will not work right. It's supposed to be showing app window, not. Okay, I can't get nothing to work, man. I just can't get none to work. It's tragic. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Isn't that interesting? Well, among other things, okay, we'll go with this for a while, I guess. I don't understand. Minicam has got some real shortcomings. For one thing, you can't keep it from displaying its own window. I mean, I would think that would be, first and foremost on your mind when you're designing something like this. Rule number one: that the program does not broadcast an image of its own interface. But that's just me. Mr. Reasonable Expectations. Okay, I'm going to go with this one. Yeah. I kind of like this one. Has an interesting interface. Let's see what happens when I. Okay, that'll stay. See, it reacts to my voice. Isn't that exciting? Let me see here. kind of herky-jerky, though. That's kind of the problem. It's, you should see this in real time. It's very smooth, very fluid. But having to, I'm basically having to run the program through 3 different hoops, and it gives it the old herky-jerky, jerky-turkey look. Okay, let me see here. Let me see if anybody is in the room. Is there anybody in the room? Is there anybody out there? Okay, I'm just warming up. I'm kind of rusty at the moment. The thing of it is, I can't get. I want this. I want it to just display plane 9. It's supposed to. This thing is supposed to have a feature that lets you just display app windows. Desktop full screen area under cursor app window. Settings. Let's see here. Let's see what happens if I turn off a couple of these things. Animate mouse clicks. I don't need animated mouse clicks. I know what I'm doing. I don't know. It's just not. It just doesn't seem to want to work right. That's kind of frustrating, because I want to keep playing this shiny thing while I do other stuff, and that's not helping. It's really not. Well, here, let me see. Let's see playlist. I'm not thinking. Well, that doesn't work either. No, this is how it is. Constant uphill battle. It will not display the app. I do not know why. Let me try something else. Testing, testing. It just does not want to work. It really doesn't. Well, that ain't no good either. I just do not know. I don't know. You're just gonna have to deal with me, with all my little windows popping up and all this other crap that, you know. I really wish somebody would come in. I really do, because this is boring. I'm boring myself. I decided to do a noonday show run because, well, for one thing, it's been several days. It's been over a week. It's been over a week, and yeah, really, I'm not. But I don't know. I'll admit, I haven't done anything. I've been lazy. Been lazy, and this laziness, you know, I want to do is I sit down at the computer and just, meh, and I owe a lot of people some back commissions and stuff, so I've got to be getting back to work. Now, let's see. Do I have? Yes, I have that open. I really wish I had some music to play in the background. They've got some free music on. They've got some free music on YouTube that you can use. You can use this free music with your video. And after about the 15th listening through, I just want to like tear my earlobe, my ears, my eardrums, hearing canal, everything just out. Give me a hat pin. I want to puncture some eardrums. Mine. It's just so. Topics of discussion. Should I, I'm debating here. Should I save topics of discussion for? Should I save topics of discussion for when I've? Whoop, where did it go? My pretty window. She fall down, go boom. Hate it when it does that. Now I got programs that are auto-stopping on me, and I'm like, what? Oh, well, here you go. It's a different one. You can see whenever I speak, the bubbles get larger. The bubbles. I'm sure if it's
Testing.
yeah, it's mine. Now, I could start discussing topics here, or I could start doing something else. Let's see here. Let's see. This is way overdue for. I gotta say, I'm looking at this, and the soundtrack to Grease is playing in my head. I don't like John Travolta. He looks like there's something about him. He just says, yeah, smarmy creep. That's what he says. That's what his look says to me. And it always has. The first time in my life, I saw a clip from Grease. I've never actually watched the movie Grease, but everybody has at least seen a music video or heard one of the songs or whatever. And it's you're the one that I want. You're the one that I want. And him singing, it destroyed it for me, because he just looks so sleazy and greasy and nasty. Ugh. He was like a living embodiment of everything wrong with the 50s. that big fake cleft in his chin, and his bow, Cupid bow lips, and just all wrong. I've seen him. I've seen some of the other performances he's done. And I still get that vibe off him, of that sleazy creep you knew in high school. Who was on a quest to collect one of every venereal disease. Just yeah. I've been sort of picking at this drawing for some time, and I've been picking at everything. And picking at it. If you pick at it, it will never heal. But I don't know. I don't know. It's how you got to ask yourself. People. I've had people tell me, maybe you should get diagnosed for like clinical depression or something, and I'm like, how hard could it possibly be to get diagnosed as depressed? That's the thing of it. That's the thing about psychiatric issues. It's not like you can walk into a doctor's. I mean, when you walk into a doctor's office, the doctor can tell. You can tell the doctor certain things, but there are certain things the doctor can tell about you just by looking at you. I mean, you come in here, doc, I've got a cough. He can listen, with the stethoscope and everything. you come in there, doc, my leg is broken, and it's sticking out at a 45-degree angle. It's not debatable as to whether or not you have it. So, like, what happens if you go to a psychiatrist and you're a hypochondriac? That's the sound of one dividing, that's the sound of somebody dividing by zero. I mean, think about it. But really, I mean, you can only, with a physical illness, you can only fake the symptoms for so long, and you can only fake them so well, and eventually they break out the scanners and junk, and and they can tell nothing's wrong with you for real. But when you have a psychiatric issue, I mean, like, what if you go to a psychiatric's office and you're a pathological liar and a hypochondriac? You're not going to be able to, they're never, you could be running and chasing your own tail for years. There's something wrong with your head. I know. But, I mean, what if I am clinically depressed? What if I do have a, clinical depression? What if that's the reason that I shut down so hard all the time? What if, I'll be honest, what, am I sick or am I just lazy? That's the question I'm asking myself. Seriously, I mean, I sit down to do stuff. I want to do stuff. I want to accomplish things. I want to get things done. But when I do, it takes it is so much effort just to get started, and it's so difficult to commit to anything. I've faced it. I've heard people say you just need to exercise a little willpower. Okay, where do I get some of that? That's the ultimate bootstrap answer, you know. If you're how you just need to exercise willpower in order to have willpower. That's I don't know. I don't know. This is me. These are the things that go through my head while I sit here, and worst thing that could have happened to me is what's happened to me with my legs. I got this edema of the legs, and now I'm largely immobilized, and that's I've always been I'm lazy, and I always have an excuse, and now I have a ready to go at all times excuse. I'm probably a living example, use it or lose it, I suppose. I've heard people say that this would have happened to me regardless. The condition of my legs, my edema, my big swollen legs that I can't walk with very well, and I've had other people, and I've had other people say, if I had exercised, I've had people tell me, if you had exercised more and kept your weight down low, it wouldn't be as bad. But I look at my family; it was chronic on my father's side of the family. Aunt had it, great aunt had it, grandmother had it. During the last few years of her life, she lost so much weight, yeah, but her legs just, they looked like mine. Maybe even bigger. And the best they did for, I think they did some. I think they drained them one time or something, or something. And she kind of, we visit her at home. She's bedridden at this point. She look at my bitty pretty feet, and she lifted up the end of her blanket so we could see that her legs, her ankles were down to normal size. But even though she was lying flat on her back, and they'd done all this already, they were starting to swell back up. So, it's, what do you say to that? I'm already physically in the condition my grandmother was in her 70s, as far as my legs are concerned. And I have been really, really depressed about it. And I still have not gotten any response from the post office. I've got to call them back and say, can I get my door-to-door, at-door mail pickup, please? No, they're not going to talk to me. They're going to let it sit and spin till I nag them. And I should have, I haven't even started the process for applying for disability. You know why? Because the first thing out of everybody's mouth when I start talking is that you need to get a lawyer first. I can't even buy lunch right now. I'm supposed to go get a lawyer just to prove to the government that I'm disabled. I can't walk 20 feet without stopping to rest. But I am supposed to, I am supposed to fight the government. Well, it took my parents. My parents have a list as long as their arms of physical problems they have, and my mother in particular. And they had to fight like 2-3 years to get disability. And I'm like, let me get this straight. I am supposed to fight to the death for 2 or 3 years, trying to convince the government to give me back my Social Security money, so that just so that I can be put on a fixed income and not be allowed to make a dime more than that. That's how it works. You get on Social Security, and if you make more than that, they come after you. If I could corner JFK, I'd kick him right in his crippled balls. Teddy Roosevelt or Franklin Delano. If I could meet Franklin, if you could speak to any historical figure, who would it be? Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Because I want to run up and kick him right in his wheelchair-ridden balls. He won the war. Oh, shut up! America won the war. He was just sitting at the wheel, playing with the little horn on the He was sitting in the little kiddie seat up in the front seat, playing with a little beep, 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 beep. Anybody could have led this country through World War II. He helped set it on the road that's turning it into a fascist. Great, we won the war against the fascists. Now, thanks to the groundwork he laid, we're turning into a fascist state. And he was the one that started the Ponzi scheme that you and I know as Social Security. I wouldn't be in trouble if it weren't for Social Security. I did my taxes. Yeah, I'm another payment schedule. I owe $1,000 to the U.S. government for my quote unquote Social Security. This was supposed to be that's how they sold it. You see, they told everybody that you pay into this and then you collect it later. The fact that they have to hold a gun to her head to make you pay into it should have been the first warning sign to anybody. But everybody, nobody's stupid. The reason they voted for Social Security is because they figured out, hey, I won't pay as much in as I'll take out. And that's what they were counting on. It was a pyramid scheme. And it was a pyramid scheme back when we still had like a dozen people for every, a dozen working people for every one person on Social Security. Now we've got like 4, if that. I wouldn't need Social Security if it weren't for all the Social Security payments I have to make. I swear, if I met Franklin Delano Roosevelt, I'd kick him in the ghoulies so hard he'd learn to walk again. Yeah, he won the war and lost the country. Every president since him has been trying to outdo him at his epic screw-up. Yeah, I'm angry. I'm angry because the only reason I'm in the hole I'm in is because of Social Security. That's the God's honest truth. All these back taxes, they're not back taxes. They're back Social Security. This is my idea. How about we offer everybody a chance to opt out? See how long that idea lasts. See how long Social Security lasts with that. And here's a serious idea, though. Look, you don't want to cut the old people off? Fine, here's the deal. We stop accepting any more people. Just close it. Close the door. Anybody who isn't on Social Security now never gets on. And everybody else who's been paying into Social Security, they get a tax rebate. All the Social Security money, instead of getting, a check from the government, they get a deduction on their taxes every year for the amount of Social Security. That's my idea. I think it's way past time it was executed. Look, you bring this up. Oh, it'll be a disaster. It's going to be a disaster anyway. It is already going to be a disaster, but nobody's going to fix it. Nobody is going to fix the real problems. Why? Because every last person in the government is a selfish bastard looking to, they're only looking out for number one. And it's been that way. It's been that way since the dawn of time. We've always known this, and yet we keep believing, oh, they're doing this for us. No, they're doing this for you and your vote. Come on, people. Now, here's the thing. The problem is nobody seems to quite manage to design a government that takes into account actual human nature. The U.S. government, as it was put down in the Constitution, comes mighty close. It does come mighty close. But there were certain things that the Founding Fathers, in their idealism, did not think through. Thomas Jefferson. They did not foresee, because they did not want to foresee, problems that they were going to have. Now, it's, talking politics is frustrating. This started out with me complaining about my life situation into politics. Was that I hate these. I want to punch these people. And say, "Oh, I don't like talk about politics." Do you think your congressman is that? Oh, I just don't like talking about what I don't like thinking about the voters and all on the taxpayers. Oh well, they kind of do. But you get my point. Is that if you do not if you don't pay attention to the government's going to pay attention to you. You'll ignore the government. You'll give the government the courtesy of ignoring what it is doing. It will not return the favor. You understand? It will not return the favor. So you better talk about government. This is why we have so many stupid voters. Everybody sits down at the dinner table. Oh, let's not talk politics. That's bad for the digestion. And the children grow up thinking that that civics and running of the nation and running of their country and the running of their community is just something icky that we don't talk about. Then they grow up, they turn into college kid. You turn into high school kid, college kid. The idealism of the young is mocked too often. I hate to point it out, but it's the idealism of the young that decides what kind of life we the old are going to have. People presented with that youth and that idealism and that desire to change the world. Somebody hits their 20s, hits their 30s, looks around and says, "This is right," and they want to fix it. And first thing out of the old folks' mouth, "Oh, stop talking about that stuff at dinner table." Thanks, Mom. Thanks, Dad. And what happens? These kids, they're not taught by their parents about if you don't, it's like sex. If you don't teach them, somebody else will. If they don't learn how to sit down and have rational discourse with their parents about the issues and topics of the day, if you don't teach them your values, someone else will teach them theirs. If you don't teach them your faith. Every Christian knows this. Raise your children, raise your children in the way you want them to go, and when they are old, they will not depart from it. That applies to every facet of life. And I love how they try and say, oh, we got the religion over here and the politics over here and this over here and that. No, it's one thing. Cradle to grave and what comes after. It's all one, it's all of a piece. When you talk about one but won't talk about another, what happens is these kids, they hit the teens and realize, I'm becoming an adult. I can, I can vote, I can protest, I can talk, I can debate, I can set the course for what comes next. But they haven't got a clue about civic or politics or religion or any of the values their parents had or their grandparents had or their great grandparents go off to these colleges and they go in there, they got empty little mushy skulls, completely empty, no values in. They're not going. Those little skulls full of those skulls are going to be empty until you get something in them. And they go off to. I want to make a difference, and these liberal college professors get a hold of them, and feed them Mein Kampf and Das Kapital and Alinsky's Rules for Radical, and all the nonsense drivel that oozes around campus politics, and they think this is how we do it. If you don't teach them how to change the world, somebody else will. And you'll wake up one morning and they'll be pushing your ass out on an ice floe. It's how the Eskimos get in touch with nature.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Let's see what everybody. Is there anybody in here? No, there's nobody here. I'm talking to myself, as always. This is how I feel my whole life. Talking to my freaking self. I think I've become more political and not enough spiritual, not enough religious, not enough Christian. Quite frankly, everybody tends to think that everything flows. Even the conservative people like myself, we tend to fall into the error of assuming that everything flows from politics and government. It's not. I'm sorry. Faith and family. God and family existed before the first government was ever thought of. Okay? Government flows from the family unit. It's a subsidiary. It is not, it does not supersede. It is subsidiary. It's if you don't have family, if you don't have faith, unity in a church family, you don't really have anything. And that's what these poor social justice warrior kids, wannabe kids, are finding out. It's a government and social movements are a lousy substitute for God and family. I don't attend church anywhere. I haven't attended church in at least a year or two. I'm sort almost I'm just this side of being a shut-in as it is. Now I've reached a site. I'm uh, not just my physical condition. It's just I am you know my life revolves around going to Walmart. You know what my wardrobe consists of now? Oh, I've got piles of clothes, but I couldn't fit them over my carcass now. I mean, the only reason I haven't is because I hadn't gotten the gumption together to throw them in a Goodwill bin. My wardrobe consists of cut-off sweatpants and t-shirts and sweatshirts. That's it. I don't even have a proper pair of shoes because I can't find anything that fits on my feet. I have one slipper, as sort of a slipper shoe that fits over my right foot, and a sandal that fits on my left foot, sort of. And I had to lace that one together with boot laces, so it would. I'm one of those circus freaks you see on the Walmart websites. Um, and here we are in the birth canal of a Smurf or a Shmoo. You're an old fogey if you know what a Shmoo is. Look it up. Little Abner was frickin' weird. I swear, Little Abner, the guy who wrote Little Abner, I mean, you're telling me drugs were not involved? Well, Little Abner the Shmoo was a fictional creature. It looked like it looked sort of like a bowling pin with legs, and they bred like crazy, and they had no bones, and they loved to be eaten. Basically, the Shmoo met every need human beings. If they were fried, they tasted like chicken. If they were grilled, they tasted like steak. They laid eggs in cartons and gave milk in bottles, and they were also loving pets, and they were also incredibly more entertaining than any TV show. They would put on little Shmoo theater plays and entertain the people in Little Abner. And they provided for every need that everybody had, and of course, they lived in Shmoo Valley, which is a hidden location. And Little Abner brought them back to Dog Patch, and they started breeding, and pretty soon the whole country was a mess because nobody was working. Nobody was working. Nobody was buying things or selling. The schmooze provided everything, even clothing apparently. Uh, and the businessmen and the government got together and basically came out and we have to save the American way of life and killed all the schmooze, gunned them down. Uh, you know, and people have been debating for years, decades, whether Little Abner was parodying communism or socialism or capitalism. I think he was parodying in general. I think he was parodying human nature. The lust for power over others. A very libertarian. I think it was a very libertarian. They didn't have that term back then. I think it was a very libertarian concept he was trying to get across. That those who are in power lust after it. The only reason they have power is because the rest of us think we need them. If we ever arrived, the shmoo could almost be considered a prototype of the concept of the post-scarcity society, where everybody has all their needs fulfilled. What impact would that have on humanity as a civilization, as a society? What impact it would have on government? The government does not exist to fulfill needs. It exists to perpetuate itself. Government is human government, by and large, is a consequence of people who want power over others. They get power over others by convincing the others that they need them. And what happens when it is obvious you no longer need them? You don't need their money. You don't need their banks. You don't need their merchandise. You don't need their entertainment products. You don't need them. They will try and destroy whatever it is that is competing with them. Presented with, you'll remember in Quentin Space Ranger, he saved that one civilization from complete collapse by giving them replicator technology. Cheap, he gave them the secret fusion and the secret replicator technology. Cheap, almost free energy, combined with the ability to produce anything they needed or wanted with a push of a button. And the government moved to destroy it, to try and destroy the technology. If they did, Little Abner was a little short-sighted in that he had, all the dog patch residents quite, standing by and patriotically saluting as the government wiped out the schmooze. If you tried to take the bread out of a real hillbilly's mouth, you'd be eating lead before you knew what happened. And if there was such a thing as a shmoo, there would be a shmoo civil war. The people that wanted to keep them versus the people that wanted to destroy them to maintain their power base. The lust for power has damned humanity to immeasurable quantities of pointless suffering. You know, the one problem with the fantasies, the fantasies of an ultimate libertarian society, I don't think any society could be completely libertarian because human nature. To maintain any society requires that every generation be brought up to devoutly promote and hold to the values and codes and beliefs of that society. Libertarianism, pure libertarianism requires a purity and dedication of belief that fanatical cults have never managed to get out of people. Even the, and libertarianism basically requires that everybody is a libertarian. A handful of would-be federalists would take over most models of libertarianism within days. We're just not suited for it. Okay, let's go back to drawing. Okay. Now, what can you do? I mean, this is my ongoing question. Could a libertarian society compensate for the fallacies of man? The reason capitalism works is that capitalism as a system will work whether the people involved in it are saints or not. Whereas, for instance, communism will not work even for a society of saints. In fact, a society of saints and angels would not be able to tolerate leftism or socialism, because leftism and socialism is innately immoral. I've gone over that before. I've hacked at that, talked about that. But my question is whether libertarianism as a system could work or could even last. And how long would it last? Consider what's happened to our government. We have gone from, we've never had a perfect nation. We've never had a golden age in this country, and we never will. And neither is any other country, frankly. But we started out with solid principles. And with each passing crisis, those principles got compromised more and more. The Civil War was an abomination. We've been sold on the idea that the Civil War ended slavery. It was all good, and therefore glorious, noble, high principled. No, it wasn't. Our society was perfectly capable of ending slavery. There are hundreds of countries in this world that ended slavery without a civil war. The North did not march on the South because they had slaves. In fact, the North had states that still had slaves, all the way to the end of the Civil War. The North did not march on the South because the South had slaves. The North marched on the South because the South tried to leave the Union. The South had many grievances, and only a small portion of them had to do with the issue of slavery. And whether you approve of, and even if you don't approve of slavery, and I certainly hope you don't, the fact remains that the Northern government made an agreement with the South about the legality of slavery and how the issue would be decided and conducted. And the North continually broke that agreement and did it deliberately, even as the North exploited the South for the products of that slave labor. Tax revenues flowed from the South to the North. The South, thanks to the tariffs set by the North, could not trade with other countries. The states of the South could not trade with other countries because the government in the North set the tariffs so high. They had to go through crooked businesses up in the North. Everybody talks about the slave trade. The biggest slave dealers in the country were a company stationed in the North. But anyway, getting back on track, they were screwing the South over. When the South already started to secede, the general populace's opinion was, let them go. We left the British. They ought to have they have the right to leave us. Whether or not it's written down in the Constitution, they have that right. But that changed when somebody figured out that once the money lenders figured out that if the South left the Union, the South would no longer keep their trade tariffs so high. And in fact, that's one of the things that the South was going to do once it became an independent country. It was going to lower its tariffs so that it could start opening up trade with other countries. And if that happened, they would undercut the businesses in the North. And all of a sudden, once the bankers figured that out, oh my gosh, we can't let them leave the Union. and people started beating the drums for war. The South was like a battered housewife who tried to divorce her husband, went to the courts, asked to be set free, and instead they turned back over to her drunkard husband, who drags her home by her hair. They did not march on the South for having slaves. They marched on the South because the South had the audacity to try and leave. The moment the South declared itself independent, they marched out. They marched into that country and started killing people. It wasn't all that long ago they had an American Revolution. And the majority of people remembered that the way the North was treating the South was the way the British treated the colonists. Crooked, unfair taxing, mercantilism, and denying them, and trying to deny them the representation too. That whole it wasn't the South that declared slaves. Slaves shall be counted as 2/3 of a white man. No, that was the North. You see, by doing that, if they didn't, then the South would have had more representatives. You see, as early as the North had lots of representatives, the South didn't have very many because they had a low population, and the North could run roughshod over them in legislation by declaring most of their population, about a third, declaring a third of their minority population non-existent. They managed to keep the South from getting more representatives. There were a lot of declarations of independence by various states that spoke about defending their right, their peculiar institution of slavery. But we also forget, they were awful, they were racist. They were slavers. So were the North. That's the one thing everybody forgets. The North was just as racist and more so. In fact, all the race riots you've seen in American history took place in the North. In northern states. The lynchings during the Civil War in the North. The law in the Confederacy actually treated black slaves and free black men better than the law did in the North. Black men in the Union Army were given a fraction of the pay of the white men, but in the South they were given the full pay. Same as the white man. You don't hear about that in your civics class now, do you? You don't hear about that in social studies. You never will. Because the goal is to present that it was the federal North and its great government that freed the slaves. When the darn thing was is that the South was looking at slavery ending fairly soon. Regardless, they sent out diplomats to others. They sent diplomats to the North, and they sent diplomats out to France and England. Told them, heck, if it'll smooth the waters, we'll end slavery tomorrow. We just want to be protected from the Yankees. And that didn't go, that almost worked. But one country said, "We'll do, we'll help you if the other, if this, the French said, we'll help you if the English help you," and the English said, "We ain't going to help you." Yeah, they were still bitter over the fact that their peasants got away too. British are a bunch of sods. Ask an Irishman what the British are like. There you go. I'm sorry, everybody said, British tea and Doctor Who and Harry Potter and chim chimney chim chim chim. The British imperialists, they were kind of butt heads by and large. And they still act like, oh, the colonies. And kiss my cracker butt. Go suck a lime. I remember reading one post, one of these live entries. One guy was going, some British guy was going, you mean you don't have a teapot? You start, poking fun. These these Yankees don't have teapots. What do how do you Yankees make your tea anyway? And some guy replied, in the harbor, America. The British brought a great many things into the world. Their influence on they were imperialists, but their influence civilized huge sections of the world that would still be in a state of absolute barbarism today were it not for their efforts. India, for example, everybody talks about, everybody pictures India as being, everybody there is Apu. Oh yeah, very welcome to my squishy marts. Nice and friendly, and we will do your telephone answering service. And they forget that back before the British took over, it was standard practice in India for if a man died, they would put him on a funeral pyre and burn his wife to death on the pyre with his corpse so that he would have his wife in the afterlife. But it's their culture. Yeah, the people of India tried to pull that with the British commanders, and the British came back and said, yes, we're quite sure that it is your culture's your culture and your tradition. You go ahead and practice. You go ahead and do that, and then we'll set up a gallows and a noose and show you our tradition. where we execute people who murder widows. But there's no putting around it. The British were kind of dicks. So, they weren't doing it out of a sense of, nobility. They're doing it, they were looking after their own interests. And they did what they wanted. And they did it to America, and they did it to everybody. They did it to everybody. Come on, And some of the things they did to the American colonists, today would be classified as war crimes, war atrocities, in fact. But whenever the British talk about the American Revolution, they act as if it was just all some sort of some sort of misunderstanding. Did we send the wrong type of tea? I haven't seen, the new Captain America Civil War yet. No money. And it's kind of an ordeal to drag myself down to a theater. I'm not joking. When I say I'm shut in, I'm not. I'm 9/10 of a shut in. I'm not joking. I'm at a point where I try and do everything all at once, just so that I don't have to leave the house any more than I absolutely, positively, absolutely have to. Kind of a bummer. I don't know if I want to go see it though. Civil War, because I hated the Civil War comics arc. I absolutely hated it. I hated it almost. I hated it as bad as I hated what Joe Quesada did with Mary Jane. The fandom eating bastard. Somebody needs to. Somebody needs to give the Marvel Comics bullpen a hormone injection. Get them over that hump. Get them out of puberty. Could they have been stuck since the 1950s in that hole, in that hole being dark and depressing, make me deep and profound stage. Where they wear everything black, including lipstick. And write poems, and they're so grimdark they shit bats. It gets old. Comics used to be, about worlds that you wanted to escape into. Marvel Comics does nothing but write comics about worlds you'd want to escape from. Now I gotta say this, let's point out, people, I read a fan fiction recently. I've been waiting for him to update. That's the story of fan fiction ends. Find a story, and then spend the rest of your life waiting for them to update. But anyway, it's the story is about a girl who gets ordinary Western American girl gets thrown into the world of Lord of the Rings. And it becomes very, she makes it, the writer makes it very apparent that if you aren't one of the main characters, if you aren't an elf, okay, or Bilbo Baggins, that world sucks. She gets there, she can't speak the language, and it's all downhill. The adventures that the Fellowship of the Ring go through. Oh, they're so cool. But if you're one of the yak herding peasants in the background, welcome to the Dung Ages. It's you're living in a primitive medieval society where everything sucks like a Hoover upright. Unless you got a wizard on tap, your life kind of sucks. Because unlike any of the other, the other fantasy worlds where basically they have magic tech, where they have magic in their society and everybody has access to it, and their average lifestyle is large. I mean, it's not like Harry Potter, where lifestyle, despite everything being magical, is closer, fairly close to modern times, comfort, convenience, sanitation. In the Lord of the Rings books, welcome to the Dark Ages. And the sad thing is, the elves are leaving and things are getting worse. Hope you enjoy your visit, honey. And she spends the first couple of days, she's basically, she ends up, putting up with every miserable imaginable, anything can possibly go wrong with, and she gets, everything every time something starts to look up for her, just it straight into the toilet. And then she figures out that she's in Lord of the Rings, and she tries to start steering things back on course. For whatever reason, things are going off course from the books, and so she's trying to steer things. And she has about as much influence as you would expect a teenage peasant girl to have with a council of wizards, warlocks, elves, and kings. None. Yeah, that's the thing about Marvel. That's one of the things about Marvel comics is that in Marvel comics, unless you're one of the superheroes, life sucks. And even if you are, it's going to blow pretty hard anyway. But if you're a civilian, everybody wants. Oh, I'd love to. Oh, I'd love to go and be in Lord of the Rings. I'd love to be in Harry Potter. Have you ever considered what it must be like? What it must be like. Great. You're in the world of Harry Potter. Congratulations. You're a Muggle. Now what? Ta-da! You're in Normal Town. Okay. Oh, I want to be a witch or a wizard. Uh-huh. Are you a pure blood or a half blood or a mud blood? Either you have a bunch of racists trying to kill you, or you're going to be suspected of being a Dark Lord. It's terrific. You're either going, these psycho racists, wizard racists are going to try to either recruit you or kill you, and it goes downhill from there. Never mind the issue that some people think you're a handmaid of the devil and try and kill you if they ever find out. That's got to be one of that'd be a terrifying thing. Wake up and some huge hairy guy saying, "You're a wizard, Harry," and you find out, great, you're a witch. You have magical powers, which, according to everything you have ever been taught by your church, is the same as being using the gifts of Satan. The Harry Potter books have the very uncomfortable position of having to ignore the influence of Christianity on their entire culture. Like, oops. We got 4 people in the audience. Yay! Yeah, I know that Captain America's on the Liberty side of it, but I hated the Civil War arc because the sad thing is that the writers thought the writers thought that Iron Man was the right, and they tried, and they were confused by the fact that the fans thought that Iron Man was acting like a fascist. I saw this meme once. This meme from the Civil War movie is had Captain America and all the Avengers are having a meeting. And Iron Man standing there and he says, we need to be controlled because why, and Captain America's why, and so because all the damage we caused, and he points out and he says. And he starts bringing things, like the terrorists that basically Captain America points out, all these things you're talking about. Let's see. Let's review here, okay? Aliens invaded New York City because the government was messing around with a cosmic cube. And then when things got out of hand, the government tried to nuke New York City. Then they nearly destroyed the eastern seaboard again. Civil War. In Captain America too. And then they nearly destroy the eastern seaboard with a few dozen helicarriers. because a government agency got infiltrated by Nazis. And he just runs down the list, and he basically points out, all the calamities that they've had through the Avengers movies. It's been in nearly all of them, it's been the government that's caused them. And Captain America says, "Why is it us that needs to be put on a leash?" Yeah. I'm just okay. Let's move on from that. Oh, I saw the latest episode of My Little Pony. You probably read my review of it. I posted it on my blog. You may have read it. You may not. And I've made comments about it. I've repeated myself in multiple places. Is basically what I mean. Newbie Dash. Okay. Look. The first thing that comes to mind. Okay, yeah, cringeworthy. Cringe. I love that somebody finally found a term for that phenomenon. You watch something and the protagonist on the screen does something so stupid or embarrassing, you're cringing. And yeah, cringe-worthy. I like that phrase. Anyway, and basically, Dash finally gets put on the roster as a full Wonderbolt. She's the newbie. And they give her crap. They give her complete crap. And she spends the entire episode doing stupider and stupider things, trying to win their approval. And it isn't until the very end, after she's caused a near disaster at one of their air shows, that they come and they tell her, we're not trying to get rid of you. We want you to be part of the team. This is just something that we all, this is something we've all gone through. I love that excuse. Oh, we've all gone through it. Now look, it's been, a big thing that they play about Rainbow Dash is that she's got a big ego. And you could see that they were eventually going to do an episode where the Wonderbolts, she gets on the Wonderbolts and they have to take down a pig. Look, the only problem with that is, okay, that there's a couple of big problems with that episode. Outside of the fact it was so cringy. Okay, first of all, it ignores all the character development that Rainbow Dash has had over the past 5 seasons. Look, she's already shown, that she's a better flyer than anybody in the Wonderbolts, okay? And she's shown that she can work on a team. And that she'll put the team first ahead of herself. Wonderbolts Academy in particular, but also Hurricane Fluttershy, On Your Marks. Let's see here, Rainbow Falls. Countless episodes where she's been a part of a team or even a leader of a team. And she's shown that she's got leadership qualities and that she knows how to work with a team to, work together with a team, and the team comes first. So basically for this episode, they ignore all of that, just to hand her an idiot ball. Suddenly, everything that she's shown, and especially, you go back and you look at the episode with Wonderbolts Academy. she misses out on, she sits there, she watches as somebody else is given the wing leader badge, and she's good with it, and she works with the team, and she follows the rules, and she only kick up with us when it becomes obvious that lightning dust is reckless and is endangering the other flyers. And she goes in and tells, if this is how the Wonderbolts are run, I'm out. That shows, she's got the qualities already. She knows how to work. She knows what it means to be a part of a team. But in this, all of a sudden, she's forgotten all that. What's more is that all of a sudden she's a terrible liar who doesn't even know basic safety on the airfield. Then they just crammed that bowl of stupid flakes down her throat. So they basically ignored all of Rainbow Dash's character development over the past 5 years to do this. Second, they ignore the complete lack of character development on the part of the Wonderbolts. Okay, this one, you need to, this whole you need to learn to work with a team message would work better if the Wonderbolts were a team worthy of Rainbow Dash. Okay? First of all, Rainbow Dash is already leagues ahead of them. All right? She's shown herself to be a better flyer than any of them. All the way back from Sonic Rainbow. She blew the door. She formed the Sonic Rainbow. She blew the doors off all the Flight Academy records. She just basically left them in her dust ages ago. And she still acts like a little fangirl around them. She carried in Rainbow Falls. She carried her entire team to victory against the Wonderbolts. Now, but the Wonderbolts, no character development at all. In fact, every time we've seen them, they've been buttholes. From their very first, they've either been incompetent or jerks or both. In their very first appearance, they flub a mid-air rescue and have to be saved by Rainbow Dash. In the next appearance, they don't even in the next appearance, the Grand Galloping, they don't even remember her name. Well, what's your name? Oh yeah, Rainbow Dash. Yeah, right. Hey, come on, hell with it. And, they let her into the VIP section. She's freaking out. She's so happy to be there. And then they spend the entire time ignoring her to kiss up to various nobles and rich Ponzi twits. And she can't get their attention to talk to them. Thank you so much for inviting me to this party that you didn't want me at. Up against Spike, they were incompetent. They got took out in 5 seconds flat. And Rainbow Dash and her friends had to ride to the rescue again. In Rainbow Falls, we basically established what kind of losers these guys really are. Now think about this. The Wonderbolts, the Rainbow Falls, they were supposed to be doing the time trials to see if their teams qualified for the Equestria Games, all right? Dash is the only quality flyer they have in the Ponyville team. The Wonderbolts have this in the bag, okay? They are, what are they doing competing in this anyway? They're the Wonderbolts. They're supposed to be a military division. But then, they have a Wonderbolts team that's going to compete. They have these are the qualifiers. They have this in the bag. No matter what happens. And then Soren gets injured. And Spitfire and the others use this as an opportunity to try and poach Rainbow Dash away from the Ponyville team. The Ponyville team is no threat. Nobody's a threat at this point because they're all in the qualifiers. There's no reason for it. It gives them no advantage. It just basically screws the Ponyville team out of any chance of qualifying if they succeed. And it gives them an unfair advantage that they don't even need. That's major dickery right there. Okay, and when they get called out on, it turns out they lied to Rainbow Dash and to Soren, so that they could pull those. They not only lied to Rainbow Dash, they lied to one of their own teammates, so that he wouldn't get out of the hospital, wouldn't come out and try and compete with them, wouldn't come out and be part of their team. I mean, douchebaggery. And when they get caught on it, when they get caught out at it, Dash is one who's supposed to feel guilty about being tempted to leave her team. But the Wonderbolts are like, oh, well, gee, we've learned our lesson. Here, have a commemorative pin. And then, okay, and it gets worse. Every time they appear, they're worse. The next Rarity Investigates. Rainbow Dash has been in their reserve team forever. Why was she in the reserve teams? Considering who she is and what she has done, she should have been their leader by this point. One of their old retirees frames Rainbow Dash, and without another word, every last one of the Wonderbolts turns on her. They assume she's guilty and turn on her. And then tell the rookie reserve that she has 24 hours to prove she didn't commit the crime, or they'll ban her from the Wonderbolts for life. No evidence, just no evidence that she did it. They just instantly assumed that it was her, based on the word of one of their old fogies. Didn't even give her, the benefit of innocent until proven guilty. Didn't give her the benefit of doubt. And it took Rarity turning the hotel upside down to find out what really happened. And then, they welcome her back. I mean, even at this point, Rainbow Dash has to be going, these guys are a bag of dicks. But no, and now we come to this episode. She joins, okay, I get the whole Hayes the rookie thing, all right? But these guys are already proven a-holes. But okay, Spitfire in this episode basically proved herself to be the worst pony. Gives her that, the nickname Rainbow Dash, traumatizing nickname that Dash has had to deal with since she was Philly, right? Since she was a kid. And makes it stick on purpose. Rides her rails, the entire first day. They call her at the last minute and expect her to flip and ride her rails the entire day. And then at the end of the day, now that you're one, she gives her a wonderful flight jacket, a team flight jacket. I don't know, those of you who don't know, something like this. This is big stuff. You think like Blue Angels. You got to figure one of their flight jackets. Can you imagine how much one of those things would go on eBay? You get what I'm saying? This is not some friendly gesture, like a pin or something. This is big deal. And they pull out this custom-made flight jacket for. She pulls out a custom-made flight jacket for Rainbow Dash, and it has that insulting nickname embroidered on it as a badge. That that's not even subtle. That is, hey, you go away. We think you suck. That's just any realistic portrayal of Dash. That would have been it. She would have given that thing back to Spitfire on the spot, forcibly. She would have taken that jacket and rammed up her ass so hard that she'd taste the bad on her back teeth. But no, it's Rainbow Dash's turn in the barrel. It's time to erase all her character development over the past 5 years and bring her back to square zero and start over. The writers working in this show, it's like they've heard of character development and they think it's a nasty disease that happens to other people, and that they hope that they don't catch it themselves. Okay, it's what they. You see this again and again. They did it to Twilight Sparkle, with Celestia being a jerk with Twilight, and now they're gonna, but they're doubling down on the Wonderbolts and Rainbow Dash. Come on. The Wonderbolts as they, canonically, character development wise, they are not an elite team that anybody should aspire to. They're the popular kids. They're the alpha bitch from high school and her half dozen nasty friends, and everybody wants to go to their parties, and they treat everybody like crap. Now, let me ask you this: out in our society, let's consider the demographic they're targeting. Preteens, grade school kids. Now, this episode would have been a good opportunity for them to give a message about how, it's not worth sacrificing your dignity to belong. Don't let people treat you like dirt just so that they can pretend to be your friend. That would have been a good, they could have turned that into a good message right there. And really, which is more likely, the target demographic, which emotional conflict are grade school kids more likely to face? Learning to be part of a team. That's what their teachers teach them. But socially, they're going to be dealing more like 1,000 times more likely to be dealing with issues of peer pressure, of dealing with groups of popular kids who push them to the curb. I'm saying, I watched my sister grow up. When she was little, the popular kids in her classes led her around by the nose. They made her life miserable. I had one little girl that told her that there was one point where we had 2 cars. We bought a second car, and so suddenly the little popular girl wanted to talk to Debbie again. Because, oh, now you're rich. You have 2 cars. So you could be in my in club. That's my question. Which is more likely for a kid to be facing in their life? Learning how to be a good squatty, or learning how to decide that it's not worth it, just not worth it to try and win the favor of some people. It's made writing some of my fan fictions rather interesting and difficult. I've never really liked the Wonderbolts. And every time I've seen them, my dislike has been justified more and more. And having, and there are some scenes in some of the stories I've written where I've had to have them doing heroic things, and I'm like, these bungholes have never done anything heroic. When they've tried, they've fallen, and the 1 or 2 times they've tried, they've fallen flat on their faces. And they spend the rest of their time doing things that should have made them social outcasts. It's like the question I asked about Diamond Tiara. That was a constant question up until essentially her very last episode as an antagonist. Is that she's horrible. She treats everybody like crap. So somebody explain to me, you, and everybody else in the universe how it is that she remains the queen bee of her school. I'm sorry, in the cutie mark, the episode where they got their cutie marks, it's implied that she basically blackmails other kids into doing what she wants by threatening to hold them up for ridicule for various oddities that they have. And I'm like, that can only go so far. I know enough about queen bees to know that they maintain their They don't maintain their popularity just with bullying. They have to, they got you got the carrot and the stick. They have to they have to know how to spread enough sugar to they have to know how to spread enough sugar to cover up the quinine they otherwise spread around. Yeah, that's the problem, is that Rainbow Dash's loyalty, and these guys, these Wonderbolts, are the most disloyal characters I've ever seen. I mean, dang, look how they treat Rainbow Dash. Rainbow Dash saved their lives. And they have spent 5 seasons either treating her like a nobody, manipulating her, or outright backstabbing her. At this point, she should be going, you guys can't keep up with me and you can't treat me right. Screw you. I'm going to go off and make my own Wonderbolts. With blackjack and hookers, as the joke goes. I'll say it before, I'll say it again. The writers working for these shows, they act like character development is some horrible, nasty disease that they've heard of, and they hope it never happens to them while they're writing. This is the consequence of doing anything good. If you do something good, you're going to have to keep doing it. And you're going to have to keep improving on what you did before. Or you're not going to be able to, you're not going to be able to sell it. You're not going to be able to keep going. It's the price you pay. Hard work is the reward for hard work. But I think this, the animation quality has gone up in the show, but the writing quality has plateaued, I think. I can't think of an episode I've seen yet in the 6th season that I really unreservedly liked. What I currently hate is the fact that they made Twilight Glimmer, Starlight Glimmer, a part of the cast. I mean, this character, Starlight Glimmer, objectively caused more misery. Just as much misery, if not more, than any of the other villains in the show. I know, redemption is a big theme for them, but the problem is that I don't think they quite get the concept. It bugs the heck out of me that they brought Discord back. The reason, you know why they did it? Because they're a bunch of John Delancey fanboys. That's why. Oh, we get to work with John Delancey again! Yay! Screw what's best for the storyline and for the show. They really don't get, just, don't let me go there. Don't let me go there. As they say, they're working with a sow's ear here. They're trying to make a silk purse, and they're lucky if they get handed a sow's ear. They're working with a toy franchise, and you got a lot of pointy-haired bosses out there that they come out with a new stupid toy, and the whole show has to be thrown off the rails just to accommodate. You know what the really tragic thing is? The crystal, you know how ugly that castle, that friendship castle is. It looks absolutely nothing like the playset. That's the tragic thing. What is it? One guy said, "To be a fan is to forever be betrayed." Because you fall in love with something that you found, and inevitably, someone comes along and destroys it. Someone who doesn't know what that thing is about, what its fans expect, or anything else about the franchise. They will come along and destroy it. Look at the Star Wars fans still desperately licking up any any scraps or crumbs that fall from Lucas's table. Like, please, one of these has to not suck, you know. To fall in love with a fandom is to be betrayed. Yeah, Sunset Shimmer. Okay. Really, I've told you before, I hate Equestria Girls. Because, they might as well have just blazed it across the sky. We are lazy. And will exploit you. That was the message of Equestria Girls. We are lazy. I've said this 1,000 times before. Look up Galaxy Girls on DeviantArt. Galaxy Girls. Made by this talented young woman. You may have heard of her. They wanted something that would compete. They wanted a franchise that, toys and such that would compete with, Monster High and Bratz and all these ugly, other ugly mall slut doll franchises that they've come out with. I hate feminism. Okay, I hate feminism as a movement, and I think 99.99% of all the whining that feminists make about how women are treated is garbage. But that 0.01%, man, I swear, I want to go out and punch somebody. I swear, the Monster High and Bratz dolls, mall sluts. Girls like going to the mall and shopping and talking on the telephone and glitter and spangles. I'd punch somebody if I could reach them. Yeah. Well, anyway, Lauren Faust. They had her. They had her right there. She had just made them $1 million miracle out of My Little Pony, and she has this Galaxy Girls project right in her hands. And what does Hasbro do? Bye. We're gonna make ponies. We're gonna make ponies in human suits. I hate to is the whole premise is that they build these shows around, and Japan has this problem too, but America has it even worse. This delusion that the life of a child and an adolescent should revolve around school. They want to do a show about teenage life. They do about, it's the same thing as saying they want to do a show about high school. High school is not life, it's living death, as any teenager can tell you. The government schooling system should never have become as large a portion of the average American teenager's life as it has become. It's Lord of the government education, the public high school system, the Prussian model high school system is Lord of the Flies with chalkboards. Well, it's not about children just hating school. It's the assumption that a child's whole life revolves around school. This is where you get people who say, but if you homeschool the child, he won't be socialized. Actually, they found out, the first generation of homeschooled children have grown up, and they have been analyzed and looked at and estimated and everything else. And guess what? The kids that are homeschooled are better socialized. They're on average, they are better emotionally balanced. They are better capable of dealing with people of all different age groups. Because they're not locked in a vault for 8 hours a day with nobody to socialize with but their children. How bug nuts do you have to be to expect children to civilize children? I've harped on that before too, but you have it. I'm just saying. Now, this country had about 300 years, and the last 100 has been dedicated to screwing everything up accomplished in the first two. In the news, somebody made a Spanish translation of my short story, Shorn. If you like Spanish, there you go. There you go. Let me see. on fanfiction.net. Zippity doo dah. Okay, in other news, I'm shaking the hat. I've like 12 days to raise a ridiculous amount of money to pay the electric bill again. So, yeah. Whee! I swear, I'm seriously considering like buying about 1,000 limiter generators and a few hundred hamster wheels and just seeing if it's cheaper to buy hamster feed, run on the little wheel to power everything. I said this earlier. I'm going to have to apply to, I'm going to have to apply for another payment schedule for this year's taxes. I would not owe any taxes if it weren't for Social Security. And yet, if I try to apply for disability, and yes, I legitimately qualify to be disabled, I would have to spend 3 years. The first step on applying for Social Security is not to fill out a form; it's to go hire a lawyer. That's how screwed up the system is. I wouldn't need Social Security if it weren't for Social Security taxes. So that's the crazy thing. I would not need financial help if it weren't for the financial help programs. They suck the money out of my pocket and drip it back to me through with an eyedropper. And this is my life. This is everybody's life now. Where you go beg the government for your own money back and they call you greedy. I got people who I'm on food stamps. I'm on food stamps. I get about $200 in food stamps a month. I pay $100 in federal taxes a month. So I'm coming out, a little bit ahead on right there, but it's not working out so great otherwise. If you get what I mean. Was a teenage wet and the old folks wished him well. Just some days I just don't know, you know? Just don't know. Okay. That's crazy, you know? My whole life has become an unending parade of crazy. I was thinking about that. I was talking about this earlier when nobody was here. Half a joke here, but kind of a joke here. But I mean, think about it. Okay, when you go to a doctor, for medicine, physical doctor, you know, the doctor can tell when something is genuinely wrong. The reason I'm bringing this is I've had people say that I should be diagnosed for clinical depression. Because I'm so blue all the time, and I have so much struggle with motivation, and all these other little issues that I have. And the first thing that crossed my mind was, how can you tell? And what I mean is, like you go to a physical doctor, for sniffles and sneezes and broken limbs and all of those. They can tell when you're actually sick. Right? But you go to a psychiatrist, how does he know? I mean, you tell somebody, a psychiatrist, how can you tell the difference between somebody who just, how can you tell if you're actually depressed or you're just a hypochondriac? Uh, well, think about it. I've taken some of these online psychiatric tests, and it's like, yep, you have you have cancer of the of the esophagus or something. Like you just I don't know, are you depressed or are you just lazy? This is what I'm asking myself here. And is it really cost effective to try and find out? I mean, think about it. It's more like I know there's something wrong with me. I have all these issues, and I know I'm not what I need to be. And the only thing I can say for certain is that I know that I lack motivation. There are days I get up and I sit down and I say, I'm going to, I'm going to work real hard. And the day goes by and I've got nothing done. I'll just sit and stare at the screen all day. Just can't find give a dang itis. And there are times I've been wondering, I hear about these kids in college. And there's a whole illegal drug trade of things like Ritalin. Because these kids have figured out that it actually does increase your focus. These kids will chomp around, or they're snorted even, and you to do an all-night study session, and they'll just be able to just cram away. One of the downsides of being, you realize that you lack motivation, you lack self-discipline. It's like people tell you you need to work on your self-discipline, and I'm like, that's the problem. That's like telling somebody with no legs he needs to take up jogging. I've said this before, and nothing has changed my mind. Willpower. It's got to be the most important resource anybody can have. I don't have any. And I don't know where to get any. Think of me what you will. That's just, I'm just trying to be honest. Rocky Mountain High, here we go. Here's what I mean. I know that there are over-the-counter treatments for things like depression, St. John's wort and things. I mean, I'd really hate to find out that it's like the reason I'm so unmotivated is because I'm low on potassium or some crap like that. But, speaking of which, vitamin time! Yay! It's vitamin time. It's vitamin time. Time to take my complete multivitamin. Well, that's what I understand is that that some people use St. John's wort as a antidepressant. That's just an example. So, chocolate helps, but not for very long. I have no idea what an SSRI is. Ouch. I like this. Somebody sent me one of these sharks are being brutally killed for their fins. And I'm like, you want sympathy? You're wanting sympathy from me for sharks. Crazy world. We can't even get sympathy for Christians being set on fire. Oh my gosh, they're being mean to those poor sharks. Whatever shall we do? They find this in my email box. And I'm like, you are so trying to win the sympathy of the wrong person. Every now and then I'll be starting to think, why doesn't God show himself? Why doesn't God just make it simple? Just show himself, right? You ever had one of those days? You think, why doesn't God stop playing games? Just come out and reveal himself to humanity, uh, and let humanity see him and know that he's real. You know, and I'm like, you know, and then my subconscious comes back. You belong to a species that doesn't believe a wet paint sign. And I'm like, yeah, this is kind of true. And he points out, okay, you live right now. You've got you've got people who insist that Bruce Jenner is a woman, that the white woman in the NAACP is black, that a 40-year-old man is a 6-year-old girl. I'm not making that one up. And they believe that they insist you belong to a species that insists that Islam is a religion of peace, even as the severed heads are bouncing down the street. Oh, but it's only the small minority, the 98%, that are making the other 2% look bad. What do you do? How would God show himself to humanity that humanity wouldn't turn around and say it's swamp gas? What do you do with that? What possible way could God reveal himself to humanity that humanity would not turn around and blame it? The capacity for self-delusion among the human species is unbelievable. There's a man in a dress. There's a man with plastic boobs in a dress, claiming himself to be the woman of the year. What the heck? End of discussion. I've seen some interesting. I've seen Zootopia, and I've also read a summary of the original plot they had, which was seriously more grimdark. Uh, because in the original script, all the predator species in Zootopia were forced to wear shock collars. If their heart rate went too high, uh, they would get zapped because it was assumed, oh, they're about to attack. And the reason that Nick was in trouble with the law is because he had built a secret amusement park, underground amusement park, for predators only. Nothing sinister, just roller coasters and thrill rides and games and stuff, just fun. And the reason he got arrested is because one of the features is that he had a key that let him unlock the collars, so that these predators could go in and play, and have fun, without being worried about being zapped if they had too much fun. And they threw him in the clink. And it's pretty grimdark right there, and especially when you start thinking about the implications. And a couple of writers and comic artists have been exploring that alternate version of Zootopia. They call it dystopia, zystopia, and and all the negative implications. And the first thing and it occurred to me, is horrible. I am so glad they did not go with that storyline, because it would have just been too bleak. And oppressive and depressing. And also, it occurs to me, think about it, if the only way that their civilization, the predators are all forced to wear, what did they do before they had shock collars? This is supposed to be civilization that's thousands and thousands of years old. What did they do before they had shock collars or electricity or anything? Why would the larger, more dangerous, more powerful predators let themselves be forced to wear these shock collars or even reach a point where they were, why would they let this happen? Under what circumstances would a civilization of prey animals be able to basically enslave all the carnivore species in the world? If the predators are so dangerous, how did the prey manage to enslave them? The more you think about it, the more the logic of the idea falls apart. Because if the only way that a predator would be allowed, there would be no reason they would take one look at those shark colors and go, screw you, and go off and make their own civilization, one probably hostile to the prey civilization, if the prey are willing to go to those lengths, mistreating the former predators. I pointed this out before, talking in the furry fandom forums, that kind of thing. The whole predator prey thing doesn't make any sense in a civilized society. Once you get past the level of of the Stone Age, it falls apart. Especially if there is any other source of food. Let's put it this way: think about it this way. You're a hungry caveman. You have a choice between trying to kill this big cow-looking thing over here, or this saber-toothed tiger for your meal. Which are you going to go with? Any sapient species, in a world full of cats and a world full of intelligent cats and a world full of intelligent mice, you would not have Tom and Jerry. Okay? You would not have the Roadrunner and the Coyote. Because, think about it. Tom and Jerry. Why would Tom care? Gonna eat me a mouse. And he's got a cold cabinet full of tuna? I don't think so. General principle: if you are a carnivore, you're going to pick a food source that does not shoot back. The human race has had cannibalism in its history. Entire civilizations like the Anasazi who preyed on other tribes, but those cannibal tribes were wiped out, rendered extinct, because the rest of humanity ganged on them. Rule of thumb: never prey on anything that can form a hunting party. If they can manage pitchforks and torches, they are completely out. Off the menu. What do you want to know? By the way, uh, just a reminder: if you I'm just sort of shaking the hat here a little bit, shaking the tin cup. If you'd like to make a donation or make a commission or even I got DVDs and books for sale. But if so, I'm trying to raise enough money. I got to raise a ridiculous amount of money to pay the electric bill this month. I've got about 12 days to raise it. I'm at about let me see here. I think I'm at about the halfway mark minimum payment. Let's see. Yeah. About the halfway mark for the minimum payment to keep from being disconnected. So, I'm gonna be trying to run the show. I've gotten lazy. I've been putting off doing the show. You know, doing the show, doing all. Well, I've been putting on a lot of things. I've been lazy. I don't know why this notification thing. I got so many different little notifications that you don't think they're working right. Yeah, if, I have put up a note in my fanfiction. You know, if you want to stop by and make a donation towards my other art program, you know. Oh yeah. I eat meat for meat. I won't deny that that I love barbecue sauce and A1, but if you don't think meat is tasty, you've not tasted a good cut of meat. Once in a blue moon, one blue moon, I have like tasted, real sirloin. And it just melted in my mouth, and it was so good. This is the cool screensaver utility type thing called Plane 9 that I picked up. I'm still trying to figure out how to get the window to show directly. I'm having to look at the desktop in order in order for you to see the image. I'm trying to get it to directly transfer the from window to my Minicam. I use Minicam because I'm familiar with it, not because it's any good. Boy.
Oompa doompa doompa doompa.
Moves according to my voice. Yes. Alright. Yeah. it's kind of sad that all my it's kind of sad that all my original, completely 100% me ideas, they don't seem, I don't seem to have any steam with them. I don't. It's all the derivative stuff I do, the fan fictions and junk, that inspire me more. Uh, I don't know. Maybe derivative work is my real talent. I don't know. Oh, I'm hungry. I gotta get something to eat. Okay, I'll be right back in a few minutes. I have returned. Why? Mijogina. Mohoina. Yeah, she's a raccoon. She's a raccoon riding a pony. Where's the commission? Yeah, I don't know why I'm talking like. I don't know why I'm talking like Jerry Lewis. Uh, uh, well, let's talk about this. So, what's on everybody's mind? Anybody got anything they'd like to talk about, think about, ask questions about? Summarize, notarize, communicify. I made that one up. Jerry, space, nah. What? I don't know what you're talking about. Because You know, a while back I tried to do the call in thing, but just too much for my computer to handle, I guess. Didn't quite work out. I don't know what it is they're driving, but I want one. That picture. Forget those little mobility scooters. Give me one of them walking robots. Gonna laugh at the fat boy now, huh? My feed is getting twitchy for some reason. Okay, I think my computer is getting overloaded by this screensaver. I'm going to shut it off. I should have Chapter 50 of the Great Alicorn Hunt up tonight, by the way. Let's see. Okay, I'm sort of drifting here mentally. Did I ever finish Undertale? No. Uh, I'm not a completist. I'm not a real game junkie. Undertale really didn't tickle my fancy that much. It was interesting, but eh. I lived through the era that that game is emulating. It wasn't all that big of a thrill. The fan stories and things and art and stuff that people are coming up with for Undertale are pretty entertaining and interesting. But no, the game itself, not my cup of tea. I don't think I even got out of the ruins. I'm just not big on puzzle games, and I'm not big on puzzles either. Look, I'm the kind of guy who, if you gave him a Rubik's cube, back when I was a kid, they had a Rubik's cube. They also had all these things you could buy sheets of Rubik's cube stickers so that you can make it look like you solved your Rubik's cube. I was the market for those stickers. Okay, does that give you an idea of? I'm a could you start the orange peel for me, please kind of person. Uh, no, I'm not a big puzzle junkie. I'm just really hungry and I'm trouble thinking. Oh my. So to get the pacifist ending in Undertale, you get two pairs of homosexuals to fall in love. Pardon me if I, yeah, oh yeah, it's, they're not making a big thing of it, but yeah, sorry. The fact that they consider it, that passe, does not endear me. There was a time when the insanities of our society were shocking. Today we live in a world where we got a man who cut his dick off claiming to be a woman. And a 40-year-old man claiming to be a 6-year-old girl. No, I just don't have any use for it. You've just sold me on never playing Undertale. That is the objective, to sell what they do as normal. To sell it as normal, to pass it off as good. My pizza may have arrived. I don't know. My dinner. There's a guy in England. He's like in his mid-40s. He left his family, and he now informs the world that he's got a couple of enabler weirdos who have adopted him. He sexually and gender identifies as a 6-year-old girl. He was in the news. Good Lord. What was the name of that one white chick? I mean, she was blonde. This is another thing entirely separate. You remember that? There's a white chick, blonde white chick, who posed as a black woman in the NAACP. She got some tan in a can and dyed her hair dark and crimped it, and passed herself off as a black woman for something like 4 or 5 years. And I'm like, yeah, she's, and the running joke is that she is proved that, orange is the new black. But we live in a world that's so insane. There are people out there who are playing pretend and who are literally, by the law, when you have law enforced, you are effectively holding a gun to these people's head. This is something people have to understand. When they pass a law, when they enforce a law, they are effectively, implicitly holding a gun to your head to make you obey that law. What happens if you break a law? They use force to punish you for breaking that law. We live in a society where people are using the force of law, the threat of, the force of law, to make everybody else play along with their make-believe games. It is the worst sort of tyranny you can imagine, where you cannot even the Nazis did not control what you ate. We live in a society where they will outlaw big gulp cups and legalize gay marriage. It's crazy. Crazy town. We're supposed to pretend that two men buggering each other is a married couple. We're supposed to pretend that a black woman is a white woman. We're supposed to pretend that a white woman is an Indian. That a 40-year-old man is a 6-year-old girl, and that a man who had his balls chopped off is Woman of the Year. And they will sick the law on us if we do not cooperate. Meanwhile, the real threats to our, meanwhile the barbarians are at the gate and marching right through it. This society has reached a point of decadence where delusion is the default state. I love it when these, on a passing thought or on a different thought, if a society is going, we've reached a point where I've decided, I'm reaching a point with Jonah, forget trying to save the society. I'm willing to go up on a hill and just watch the sun of man burn. It's the wrong attitude to have, and it's not that I'm saying that I approve of what Jonah was thinking, but I understand him way too well. Look, let's talk about Trump, okay? Okay, you want to make jokes about Trump, okay? Look, I don't believe the man is not a Christian, and he's crass and brash, and I don't believe that he's nearly as conservative as he pretends to be. But there's an old saying, you can judge a man by the quality of his enemies. I want you to think about the fact that the press hate him. The liberals hate him. The media hates him. The establishment GOP, the jackasses who keep giving us rhinos to run, hate him. For that reason alone, I think he's going to do a better job than anybody expects. No, we're not here. I'll support anybody other than Hillary Clinton. Let's be honest. But I've come to a conclusion long ago. Jesus Christ is not running for office. Every election is a choice between the lesser of two evils. And it will be, it always has been, and it always will be until this country collapses and they replace it with an entirely new system. So, I might as well deal. Just voting for a third candidate is basically voting for the candidate you like least. People don't understand that. You have a conservative and a liberal, and then this third party character comes in. If he is more conservative, if he is, a third party conservative, you're just dividing the conservative votes and guaranteeing that the liberal candidate, the one you hate the most, is going to win. If they're a liberal third party candidate, you vote for the third party candidate. You're dividing the liberal vote, and the conservative character that you hate the most is going to get into power. That's not philosophy. That's game theory. That's basic. That's mathematics. It's inescapable. Now, everybody was convinced that, I'll point out this, everybody said, oh, he's going to break shit up. He's going to wreck it. He's going to do horrible things like, enforce the borders. How terrible. But okay, let's look over the history. Let's look over history. Every remotely conservative candidate that has ever come into power, everybody is, all their opposition is broken down, blubbering in tears. Oh, they're going to end the world. Everybody, all the hippy dippy liberals and mush-headed college kids were convinced that Ronald Reagan was going to bring us into World War III. You know what he did? The exact opposite. He beat the Soviet Union. He held them at bay for 8 long years until they finally collapsed under their own weight. If I had a dime for every dipstick who said, I'm moving to Canada if this candidate gets elected, you tell me you're going to move to Canada. I'm like, don't let the door hit you where the good Lord split you. He's racist. What are his racist policies? I've got footage of people being asked that. They ask, these anti-Trump protesters who riot in the streets and block streets so that nobody can get to his campaign rallies. They asked him, what are, they came up, the guy with the camera asked him, you say he's racist. What are his racist policies? You know what the answer was? The guy turned around and spit in his face. They don't like Trump because the press told them not to. Give me a frickin' break. I don't like Trump all that much, but I like him a hell of a lot better than all the ones they like. I wanted Cruz. I wanted Ted Cruz. Before that, I don't get what I want. Wah. I'll take my ball and go home. They were convinced that Ronald Reagan was going to send us into World War III. The people of England thought that that Churchill was unfit to rule. I'll break it down for you. We can survive a Trump a hell of a lot better than we can survive a Clinton. Or a Bernie Sanders. I'll be honest. I mean, when I heard about Trump running, I'm like, oh yeah, I can figure out how this went. He was at a party and somebody, you know what the first words were of his campaign? What do you mean I can't be president? Here, hold my beer. Watch this. That's what I figured happened. We have survived having Catholic presidents. We have survived having Protestant presidents. We have survived having just about every president. We are barely surviving a Muslim president. If Great Britain can survive having a drunkard lead their country through a World War II, I think we can survive Trump. My favorite Churchill quote. There was a couple of young men, a couple of young men talking on it, members of his security detail. He was sitting down on a fence on his property. He's sitting on one of those stone walls on his property, looking out over his property. There were a couple of guys up at the house, and one of them leaned over to the other and said, they say he's gone senile. Churchill didn't even turn around. He shouted,
"They say he's gone deaf, too."
I'm like, high five me, man. Him and George Bernard Shaw hated each other. George Bernard Shaw sent him a ticket once. To one of his plays. What was he said? And George Bernard Shaw sent Churchill 2 tickets. Here are tickets to my opening night. Bring a friend if you have one. Churchill wrote back, cannot see the opening night. We'll see the second. We'll see the second night if there is one. I would like to have I wish we could have a God-fearing Christian man who was also competent in office. What does it tell you that they were less scared of Ted Cruz than they were of... what does it tell you? I mean, this is the only thing I've got to go on. It's all we got for dinner, but we're going with it. They were less scared of him than they were of Ted Cruz. They were less scared of him than they were of... they were more scared of him than they were of Ted Cruz or either of the Bushes or any of the other conservative candidates who ran for office, black, white, or in between. Hell, they loved McCain up until he was an actual candidate. They are out rioting in the streets to stop him from being president. I haven't seen that in my entire life. Blocking traffic with their bodies to keep people from attending his rallies. That tells me more. It tells me a lot about them anyway. What they are afraid he'll do. Because Trump, I think he's a salesman, and he has figured out what all these other candidates have not figured out. People want a conservative candidate. They want a conservative candidate, and they want one who is absolutely unapologetic about it. Every candidate since Reagan, every Republican candidate since Reagan, has soft-shoed, just mealy mouth. Oh, I'd best be polite because I don't want people to think I'm not a nice person, and I want the press to like me. Trump went in there and said, I don't care if you like me. And that speaks to more Americans than anything. Americans have had to put up with everybody on the planet hating them since the colonial days. And that's no exaggeration. The old world has disparaged America since its foundation. Back in the early days when people were first settling, the common perception of America was of the continent of America was a place of decrepit senescence. Where nature went off to die. lacking in vitality, and it was just basically sitting there like a big old lump of sphagnum moss. That the people and that America and the creatures there are just listless and lifeless, and so were the colonials who settled there. During the days, there was a woman by the name of Trollope, Trollope. She went to America to try and run a scam. She basically tried to run a brothel, first of all. Then she basically tried a couple of dozen different get-rich scams. Then she went back to Europe, back to England, and wrote a quote-unquote tell-all book describing what a wretched hive of scum, misery, ignorance, and villainy that America was. And this is why a slut is known in America as a trollop. David Copperfield came to America. What is David Copperfield? Is David Copperfield the name of the author? There were several European celebrities who came to America, went back home, and just foul-mouthed America up one side and down the other. After the British went around talking about, after the Revolution, the British went around talking about, those ignorant peasants will their country will collapse in a matter of days. And since World War I, Yankee go home. We liberated France, and American veterans are treated like shit in the streets of America, in the streets of France and Paris. They're not. There was one guy, an American traveler. He went, businessman, highly respected, went to France. He could not get a reservation at a French restaurant if the French people running it knew he was American. He had to call in and pretend he was from some other country. And then he'd show up and say, "Hi there, I'm the guy. Hello there." Make them choke on their own spit. And you know what? Screw them. All of them. All the countries that talk smack about America, every one of them got the same thing in common. We either bailed their chicken butts out or kicked their chicken butts all over the planet. We either whooped their ass or saved their ass. So they can kiss my red, white, and blue backside. Hello. Just a second. Hello. Sorry, I didn't hear you knock.
I thought, you were going on your rant.
Yeah.
I thought you said come in.
Oh, well. If I'd have heard you, I would have. So, that works out. And son. Yep. Talking politics.
All right, have a good one.
You take care, man. And that was the pizza guy. And let me tell you one thing. Favorite joke I've heard thus far. Some British guy on a chat room. He says, "You don't have a teapot? You don't? How do you Americans make tea?" One of the guys in the commenters, "In the harbor, America." You know what would be a good marketing idea? pizza warmer. Now, the pizza guys, they have those electric battery-powered bags that keep pizzas warm. What people on the receiving end need, they need a little plate or a little table or something that'll keep their pizza warm after it arrives. I don't think I'll ever visit Great Britain or Europe. You see a Muslim country, you've seen them all. Well, I'm just thinking, like something to set the box on to keep it warm, to keep the whole pizza warm. I don't know whether plug-in or battery-powered or what would be a good idea. Best answer to a Frenchman: ask him how his German is. Ask him how well he speaks German. If he says he doesn't speak German, tell him you're welcome. How many Frenchmen does it take to screw in a light bulb? Doesn't matter. All they do is stand around and brag about the screwing. How many feminists does it take to screw in a light bulb? One. She holds the bulb and the world revolves around her. Hey, Adrian, I'll point out this. There were 2 world wars. The only reason, like it or not, in both cases it was fresh troops from the Americas, guns, bullets, tanks, planes, bombs, and soldiers with a Made in America label. It made that war winnable. Both times. And quite frankly, we ought to just left y'all just sit and spin on, left them all in Europe sitting and spinning on World War I, because that was none of our business. The irony is, if we had stayed out of World War I, World War II probably never would have happened. Because the two sides, they would have eventually, it was an international, it was an interior squabble over stupid crap. And if America had stayed out of the war, the two sides would have hammered each other into the ground. And nobody would have been in a position to lord it over anybody else. But because America stepped in at the last minute with its doughboys, the tide of war shifted, the Allies won, and they basically stuck the screws to Germany and Germany's allies, which resulted in the collapse of the German economy and decades of bitterness in Germany over their treatment at the Accords, and which led to the rise of Adolf Hitler. You know what the great American slogan is? You know what the great American slogan is? It's not for, it could be summed up as this: leave us the hell alone. That was what Americans wanted from the days of the Pilgrims. That's all we wanted. That's all we've ever wanted. We didn't want to conquer. We didn't want to fight with everybody that disagreed with us. We were settled, but this country was settled by people who came to this country who, rather than fight with the powers that be, decided we're just going to go over here, across this ocean over here, and we're going to sit up over here and do our thing. And all we want is just leave us alone. And what did England do? England couldn't live well enough and got greedy. They tried to milk the American colonies like a cow. Started persecuting them, started giving them grief, started oppressing them, started a war. We threw the British out and said, now leave us alone, and started our own country. And then the War of 1812 came up, which was started because the British were among other things, were hijacking American ships and kidnapping American men and conscripting them as sailors on British ships. And we said, now leave us the hell alone. And we went to war with that. Our capital got burned, but we came back. And World War I, we tried to mind our own business. We tried to stay out of it. We said, it's none of our business. You got all these stupid little alliances, and you're about to kill each other by the millions over the Archduke of Ferdinand, of all things. Go at it. And we stayed there and minded our own business. And then they started sinking our ships, and we said, okay, fine. And we got dragged into it. And then World War II, we still tried to mind our own business. And then they bombed Pearl Harbor. We had to come over and kick everybody's ass all over the map. And we came back to America. Now leave us the hell alone. And then the damn communists tried to eat the world. And we say, okay, fine. You don't want to leave us alone? Here we come. We had to drop 2 nukes on Japan to get them to leave us the hell alone. Everybody talks, oh, it's horrible, it's horrible, it's horrible. You used the nuke. America is the first evil country to use a nuke on the poor, innocent little Japanese. What does it tell you that we had to use 2 of them? I don't know about you, but if I was living back in the 1940s and I saw an entire city go up in a mushroom cloud, I think, maybe it's time to throw in the towel. No, not the Japanese. And now we are the only superpower left. And when we are not being spit upon for our imperialistic ways, we're being spit upon for not intervening and saving everybody from themselves. It's just too much sometimes. And the Europeans are all sitting around talking about how fat and how stupid and how violent we are as the European countries turn themselves inside out. Look, if Mars could be colonized, half the people in America say screw it and be on the rockets the next day. Well, as to the War of 1812, Adrian, yeah, Canada was a British-controlled territory. We were at war with Britain. It sort of follows that a British territory would be in our gun sights. It wasn't, it was all a bunch of nonsense because the British didn't want to treat us like an actual country. It was just a big old mess. Doggone it. If the American people, the people who really are still devoted to the principles of God and country that this country was founded on, all rounded themselves up tomorrow and just left and went out and settled on the moon or something. Are we settled in, if we set up a American colony on Mars and every American who was sick of the United Nations Euro weenie bullshit got together and left, just here, and we all went to Mars and said, fine, you want to run the world? The world's all yours. We're going to go over here and mind our own business over here on Mars. The next damn day, there would be a European in a space helmet, carrying a briefcase, knocking on the door of our Sky Dome, going, "We are here to tell you how things are going to be run." never get a moment's peace, I swear. The day after that, there'd be a Mexican trying to dig his way under the wall. Hey, senor, I come to mow your space lawn. You realize that if you, as an American, if you or I crossed over the border illegally into Mexico, do you know what they would do to us in Mexico? They would land on us like a bag of anvils. Are you kidding? They wouldn't even wait to build a rocket to send one of their busybodies. They just build a big old frickin' slingshot. They live in, collectivists live in mortal terror that somewhere. Collectivism is the mortal terror that somebody somewhere is minding their own damn business. I'm getting wound up. I'm sorry, I am getting wound up. Excuse me. What? Yeah, you talking about them wasting money on sending a rocket the long way around? What do they care? It's not their wealth they're spending. They just go out and print out some more monopoly money, pay all the stupid people with it to do the work. That's how our banking system works. Our entire banking system is monopoly money. And the only reason, this is a scary thing. Everybody's asked me, the banking system is so corrupt, and the monetary system is so ruined. The Federal Reserve and everything about that. Why hasn't the dollar collapsed yet? Technically, it has. Large goods like vehicles, houses, etc. The price there has gone through the roof. But the reason that the small ticket item, the small item stuff, small ticket item ticket, whatever, the small ticket stuff, the reason that hasn't gone up too much is because we are selling our debt overseas, basically speaking. What it amounts to is that there over a large portion of the world, especially in the third world, the American dollar is still seen as good money. So we go out there, we go out to these third world countries, we buy up their stuff, pay them in American dollars, and they're as happy as a clam. It's the same principle as somebody who lives in a small town. Now pick somebody who lives in a small town and has a credit card, and they have rung that sucker up, and they've written rubber checks, and they've maxed out their credit cards, and nobody will buy or sell with them. So what do? They go to the town 50 miles away and write a check there and use their credit card there. And count on word not getting back to their bank until they're long gone. That is what America is doing. Our dollar has collapsed, and so we are selling our monopoly. We're using our monopoly money to buy stuff in other countries, and that's why our dollar is held out as long as it has. But eventually, the other countries, well, even third world countries, are going to realize that the American dollar is nothing but toilet paper with old dead white guys on it, and that's going to be it. It's already starting to happen. There are countries, we've already lost our AAA credit rating and gone down to AA as a country. We've got people out we've got countries out there that they are no longer taking the American dollar, and it's starting to snowball. But so long as they can print as many dollars as they want, they're counterfeiters. Are ever since we went off the gold standard, ever since we went off the strict gold standard and started accepting fractional reserve banking as an acceptable way to do business, our Federal Reserve, our banking system, has basically been run by counterfeiters. We do not have enough gold in our entire country to cover all the dollar bills we printed. We do not even have enough paper dollar bills to cover all the digital dollar bills that are running around in the system. And sooner or later, people are going to stop accepting imaginary money to pay for real goods. This is our future. Pardon. Crusty. Let's see. Okay, we've been going at this. This has been 4 hours. Okay, it is 4 hours. I'm going to go ahead and call it for tonight. Thank you all for tuning in. I will be going back on air tomorrow. Not sure when. I will post it on Twitter when I do go online. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you for your donations and for your pledges and for your commissions and all that other stuff. So, I hope to see you all again tomorrow. Bring some friends. We need traffic. Badly. Come up with, have some ideas, things you would like to see. So just out of the blue, anything. I'll see you all tomorrow. Good night.